1 p.m. after going to bed at 6:30 a.m. fucking with this shit all night. But so I did some research, and I'm gonna try to use something similar to Portal's level transition effect, and I'm gonna be working on setting that up. So we already have a level, Skybox capture level, that will auto capture skyboxes for us. So we basically want to clone this level. How do I clone a level? Coworker will know that. Okay, how... So for this, we'll need at least 2 clones of the skybox level. Okay, so we'll just do it like this. Scootbox. Can't type. Skybox capture level. Duplicate this. We'll call this star system level 1. What just happened? Oh, okay. And then, I see. Because it's filtered. Star is level 2. And in my head, I thought there might be a need for a 3rd level. And you can always delete it later. Because I would want to keep track of the level I'm in, the level I'm going to, and the level I came from. Something like that. Okay, so we cloned that level 3 times. I should have actually... Okay, so first here, we're going to go ahead for these and flip this guy. I can go. So we can go ahead for these in particular and turn on capture only. For our assets, and then we also need to take a look at our level blueprint here. Maybe. Oh, it's time to drink another energy drink. I mean, I stayed up till 6:30 a.m. last night. What could go wrong? Oh gosh, come on. Why are you doing this to me, man? Right at the start. Holy shit. Okay, there we go. Get rid of this. And then I think I need to go to content. Blueprint. How do I make a level streaming blueprint? That was mentioned in multiple of the guides that I read on how to do this kind of thing. UE5 level streaming. How do I do world composition? World composition would potentially work. Loading and unloading levels using blueprints. Level streaming volumes. Level streaming overview. It seems like we're going to be doing some reading here. Why is this documentation old? Okay. Let's just check out, okay, let's do this. UE5 portal. Traversable portal between levels. This one is the one that got me thinking about it. Man, United Emirates really fucking pimping their planes, huh? Just like, hey, look, we got good planes.
Purdue University.
America's like, fuck you.
PurdueGlobal.edu.
Alright, so this is going to be a basic tutorial on a
The
basic
town
template.
inside me, do do do.
It'll let me just click, there we go. We're going to
do
grab a plane.
do 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 do.
We're just going to lower that a bit. Rather than 180, we'll do 170, 175,
I can go
171. That seems good enough. And then we're going to grab another plane and toss it on top of there. 471. Or not. 472. 3. Just so it's just above, just flush with the ground. Now we're going to go into our volumes and grab a trigger volume. this trigger volume, we're going to want it to be scaled down so that it's, again, flush with this plane that we have created. There we go. That one looks good. Now this one. I'm going to shrink it down. Shrink it down. That looks good. And for the last thing that we're going to need to set this up, we're going to need an empty actor, which we're just going to toss in front of each one of these teleporters. Oh, delete that one. Alright, now we're going to need to set up the actual teleportation aspect of it. So we're going to go into our blueprints, open level blueprint. There's not going to be anything in here. So first, we're now going to go through and add this onto our portal pack.
Alright, so what we can do, we can edit this blueprint. Just for now, I'll make it... Okay, so the first thing it does is enable input and call update skybox. Update skybox fires this, comes through here, sets all our values. If I increase this, do I get my initial nebula captured? I can go Oh, we need to turn auto activate off on this. That's what's causing it. Okay, I get it. I get it. That's why it was busted the whole time, probably. Do this, compile, save. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so now what we want to do, so we have duplicate this, motion target, and then what's the opposite of destination? What is the origin? Duplicate this and call it skybox, rename origin. So rename this. So to start off, so we'll save this and then file, use levels, open level, star system level. No, cancel. Rename. Current. Destination. it should really be like this. 1. Two, 3, and then 1. Two. Okay, and then so in system 1, our target of our scene component capture cube, system skybox 1. Stop. And also, this guy for this scene is still so this focuses on this. This focuses on this. This focuses on this. This material gets this. Everyone's to blame. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Alright, there's Skybox 1 updated. This is 2. Save. This is 3. Okay. Oh, great. It's already lined up. And then in this level, this skybox gets skybox 1. Save it. File. Open level. Save all. Alright. This is procedural nebula. So skybox here gets skybox 2, and the procedural nebula scene component capture cube target is this. If I run this, I should get a skybox, hopefully. Okay, great. And then, so, skybox 2. Skybox 2, save it. Open level 3. This guy is targeted at System Skybox 3, and this guy is also targeted at System Skybox 3. Perfect. And then if I go now to level 1, this should be Skybox 1. This should be Skybox 1. Okay, we're good. So we got 3 different levels set up. And the reason I didn't name them source, destination, and whatnot is because I don't think I'm going to be able to have that relevant, because if you're swapping, like say you loaded a level as your destination, right? And you transition into that level, well, it's no longer your destination anymore. Now it's the level you're in, it's the current level. So instead, we'll just generalize the level names and keep track of that stuff internally in the blueprint, maybe. Let's get some good space jams from a robot. We'll have a robot write us some quick space jam loops. How about create 5 techno tracks. We'll create 5 synthwave tracks. We'll create 5 more techno and 5 more synthwave, and we'll just use that as our background. You can't generate 1 5 track. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So let me see. How can I delete these? I want to delete the non. Delete. 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 So I have a large amount of these tracks that I've been fucking around with, so I'm deleting the ones that were. I really wish that it gave me a better way to delete multiple of these things at the same time. So like basically I was fucking around with this and I tried a bunch of different genres, but I'm really looking for some specific genres for space type shit. So I'm deleting all of these so that I just got a soundtrack. Honestly, the piano was the most impressive, but away they go. What did this sound like? Delete it. It's not bad. But away it goes into the dumpster. See me. Okay. That's pretty chill. Alright, so we have 3 levels. Let's open up the guide now. We have our different levels. We have to turn that music down a smidge. Just some ambience.
Because this is going to be the location that's seen inside of the portal. So to make that, what we're going to do is we're going to capture a HDRI of this entire level.
Yep.
So
I
what
do
we need
that.
to do, we're going to go to the add to the project stuff, go to all classes, and we want a scene capture cube.
Yeah, I got that.
And as you see, comes up as a camera. Okay, so next what we're going to do is we're going to go to where it says texture target, click none, and choose to create a cube texture target. So I'm just going to call this one location HDRI and hit save. So now if we go back to where we saved it, we can now see we have a HDRI. So we're going to up this as well to 1024, just so that we get a bit more resolution. Don't need to do much more than that. This is about all we need for an insightful portal. And we're going to change context group to leave existing maps as well, which I'll explain what it does later, but it helps to stop a blur effect when you're moving back and forth too much. So I'm going to save this, and what you'll see if I move this camera to where we want it. So for this we want it probably around this point, I reckon. So what we'll see is if I now open up the HDR again, it's moved to match exactly what that camera can see.
Yep.
So then we're going to right click and create a static texture. So this one is just a completely static, this is a texture now, that's it. And again we're going to change bitmaps to leave existing. Save.
Alright, so hold on.
Next up.
I want to do this first. He's right. It's going to be easier to work with a static texture for something this complicated. I want to... So we have our materials set up for these cube render targets, but let's go ahead and... Okay. Alright, so... I'm in Star System 1, so that means that I should be able to... Alright, and then I just continue. Till I get like a visibly distinct one. Pause on this one. Alright. Alright, let's get one more visibly distinct skybox. Perfect. All right. All right, so what I know one thing that we're going to be doing, so oh, I'm still playing the game. Okay, there we go. What was that message? I'll have to figure that out, but it's not a big deal. So I need a plane, and we're going to try to get the material first. Alright, there we go. Put it at the origin, zoom to it. Let's hide our capture cube. Alright. Plane's gonna be bigger than this for sure. No. The plane. Folder. Okay. Make it big. Alright, great. Let's make the texture. Portal. UT portal. Changes to a plane. Mask. Was it circle? It's a particle thing, right? Particle straight. Default. What? I know it's a thing, because it's in Niagara. I'll just do this. Alright, and by doing that, we can then go do our homework to do this. And then we don't need this open, it's memory hog, so we close it, stick this in here. God, it's going so slow. Okay. Paste. No. We can make this one masked. Alright, perfect. And it's one-sided too, which is exactly what I want, because to do this effect I'll have one in this level with the sky map from the other level, and then one in the other level with the sky map from this level, and then a teleporter. And I can control the levels back and forth, like while you're opening the portal, I can randomize the skybox and snap a new texture in the other level, and when that's done, we can open the portal. And then you'll have a peek into the place you're about to go, and it's also already loaded. And then you can also, like, while you move around it in space, it'll change perspective and shit. And then when you go through that, on the other side, we'll have another portal. And we'll let you move your portal around and, like, choose the endpoints of the portal and shit like that. I think that'll be a cool way to get around. So now, it's like cube sampler. Cube text, and then this takes it's two. All right, now what are the nodes? Here's the important thing.
I'm going to go shoot read it. So this we're going to rename as portal m underscore our shading material. And what we need is we need to get a scalar of the value of 0. And then what we need is we need a reflection vector. We're going to plug the 0 to custom or normal and the reflection vector.
0 reflection vector. No way it's this easy, right? Surface opaque unlit. Unlit. Emissive color. There it is. Yeah, okay, so we can put this at the end of like a little tunnel effect, right? I like that. I like that quite a bit. Let's make it bigger. No, not the skybox, you fool. The fucking plane. So take a series of sphere masks. Like if I and then no, probably add Electin. Oh, right. Right. 0.5. Oh, no, not there. Here. Oh, right. Derp. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no. We have space to work with, so let's occupy a little less space. 3, 2. Now we should have a white glowing border, right? Come on, do the shader thing. Oh, that's the one. So how do I... Hold on. So let's just break this node real quick. Because that was working strong. Video memory is exhausted. Maybe that's why everything's running so slow. Close, bad on that. Close a lot of this. Let's just close the whole thing. Free up some memory. Okay. It like feels like you should be going into the other. Alright, I want to see if he does the transition between the two levels now. But I closed it, so hang on. Back to 5, go. The one I was just watching. You put like a ring of particles around the outside of that. And right here, you should swap to the other level. So that's what I... so the texture is actually not too difficult. Could I just... I was thinking like you could, if it was only the skybox, you could fake all this with just materials in the same stage. You just like, when you get the next one rendered, you do some kind of like... Alright. Was there like teleport? No. Alright, now here it was. Found it.
Hello everyone, I'm
No.
Asif Ali.
That wasn't the one. Although it was probably a good one. It looked good. I was already following one. And like basically, as soon as he hits right here, we would be swapping the level. No. Shit. You could do it all in one level. You could like have 2 skyboxes, 3 skyboxes with the different textures. Open portal, create a trigger volume. When you enter the other side of the portal, the skybox flips. And we can create a cylinder too and do the like flared shit with like animated. Like we can flare it on either side, then use it as a mesh to spawn particles, maybe? There might be a better way to do the particles too. Okay, so portal effect. Just go to YouTube. Analytic, shit. History. Nope, back.
Go
back,
faster
back,
on.
Back, shit, wrong one. Here it is. Found it. Excellent.
We need to get a scalar of value of 0. Finish. We call it. With that now, we're going to go through and we're going to add a shape location.
Alright, let's make the Niagara system. Let's finish the graphical effect. It's not going to be a Doctor Strange portal. I'm going to change the particles, but I'm going to do it the way that he's doing it, you know? Niagara system, how did he add it?
Parts. Okay, so then we got our empty. We're going to go through first, and on the meta update, we're going to set a spawn rate.
D.
And I like to use 15,000 because it generates a nice amount of sparks for the overall effect. And then next up, under particle spawn,
Hold up.
emitter update. Okay, so then we got our empty. We're going to go through first, and on emitter update, we're going to set a spawn rate. And I like to use 15,000 because it generates a nice amount of sparks for the overall effect. And then next up, under particle spawn, or rather under initialize particle, we're going to change the lifetime mode to be random between 0.5 and 1.5, just to make sure it randomizes how long they're alive for each. Particles are life full, and we're going
Initialize particle. Shape location.
and to also then change the sprite size mode to random non-uniform. Then change the sprite, or rather under initialize particle, we're going to change the lifetime mode to be random between 0.5 and 1.5, just to make sure it randomizes how long they're alive. Each particle is alive.
So he has emitter state. Emitter state. System. Initialize particle. Particle update has state and spray renderer.
Lifeful, and we're going to also then change the sprite size mode to random non-uniform.
Spray attributes.
We're going to do 1 and 10 and 1 and 20. And what this means is we just get different length strands. Otherwise all the sparks are the same size and it just doesn't quite look as nice. With that now, we're going to go through and we're going to add a shape location. And this is going to be a torus. And we're going to set the handle radius as 5 to give us a much thinner circle. And we're going to change the rotation mode down here to be axis angle with x of 1. And all that does is it rotates it upwards, so it's stood upright like it should. should be.
Okay, scale rotated offset 111 axis angle 1 0. Okay.
Next up, what we're going to actually do is we're going to add under particle update is a solve forces and velocity. Because what we're going to do is we're going to add this spinning effect and it won't show unless you do this first. So back to particle spawn and we're going to add a vortex velocity. We're going to hit fix.
Alright, vortex velocity.
And add vortex axis x to 1. And make sure, so if you get this issue again, make sure that your shape location is underneath the vortex velocity.
Cool. Okay, so there's an issue. I think basically it's not extinction, it's the cloud color multipliers. No. Cap. Hidden scene capture. Now let's crank the spawn rate up. Yeah, so I didn't realize that having other emissive sources in the scene was going to make everything have to come up. This also just needs to be less emissive. But like, so delete this, go here, go to the material, two-sided. instead of mapping we hit this instead, and then okay, great. And then the procedural nebula. We can just point this. Skybox 2, and then in our portal material we'll point this Skybox 2. I mean, by all, it should be 1 in the blueprint, and then in the stage itself, we can change it. So like our this has one of these, and this should be pointed at 2. Save it, and now let's go. So now, out of curiosity, if I were to take the warp tunnel I made, like cylinder, I think would be the name of the mesh. Okay, you can stop. You can stop. This, we actually want this one. And we'll squish it way the fuck down. And then what would happen? Okay. Alright, and now this guy. Needs to be mesh edited. UVs. Hang on. Now, project. Plane. And for that, we have to remap it again. Project. Let's start from the basics. Simple gradient. Project. Oh. Hmm. Can I delete you? Oh. I fucked it up. It was cylinder. Modeling mode, we will go ahead and what happens if I just project the UVs? Oh, I didn't even see that people were in here. So I worked for a while on this procedural skybox generator stuff. And now I'm working on a warp transition between stages. Oh shit, I forgot to make this two-sided. Oh no, I did, it just didn't work. But here, I'll show you. So let's turn this off for a second. So I have this skybox generator. Hang on, we can... give it system skybox 1. Actually, we'll make it okay. Well, anyway, so you see this, I'm working on a portal to warp between locations now that I have the skybox generator done. And so if I start this up, oh shit, I'm just gonna delete this guy. I don't think that's gonna be super great. Oh. So you can see that right now I'm just like randomizing the skybox on the other side of this portal effect. And to just, because my skybox on this side of it got blasted at some point, but yeah, I can come back over here and here we'll just system skybox 1, which should be this one. Or did I make this? First of all, I don't need two of these. So yeah, that's pretty much what I'm working on, is trying to make it so that now that I can, I basically want this to be like a, I'm going to stream in the other level, the other star system that got generated, and then like warp you there. Right now it doesn't work, obviously, because it's just a material. Okay. Okay, stop now. Stop now. Stop. 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 Okay. So... Skybox. System Skybox 1 material should be this. Did I... And then this. Empty portal. Oh, God. What just happened? I don't know what happened to my skybox here. Sort of. So what I've been doing a little bit of research on it. What you basically do is you generate one of these. So you have two of the same level, right? And right now it's a star system. The only thing in it is a procedural skybox generator. And you can give that a different seed. So say you were going from like coordinate XYZ 100 100 100 to coordinate XYZ 200 200 200. You can take that coordinate, turn it into a seed value, and feed it to the skybox generator while you're level streaming in that level. And right now it's just a skybox, but you would also be doing things like streaming in the, like creating a star, creating some planets and things like that to put in the scene all procedurally. And then you take that, and once that's all loaded, Yeah, this whole thing, this whole, I wish, hang on, let me fix it so that my cube target, it's this, is the problem. So if I set this to target the first, then when I run this, we'll get we should get, hopefully, unless I've just broken my, it's also possible that I've broken my skybox here. Let's just undo. Yes, so you could use a camera. I'm not, you're still kind of doing a level transition. It's still like, it's still just a fancy load screen pretty much. So I'm not sure if it would be performant enough using the camera, but I'm definitely going to try that when I get to the point of doing the transition. But basically, you create a trigger volume on the backside of the whatever portal plane you've done, and when you hit that trigger volume, it teleports you into the same relative location in the second level that you've streamed in, and then you have the same thing in that level that you have set to like an initial location, and it has the cube map from the other level until you close the portal or something like that. But I'm just taking baby steps right now. What would be nice would be for this to actually work here. But there we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so now you can kind of see, and this is not, oh, I know what that line is. You have to go turn this on for anything that's not the skybox. Yes, sort of. And you could do like, I'm not sure what the effect's gonna look like. Yeah, so this is, I like the Star Citizen is more of like a handcrafted, and I'm going for like a full procedural, like top to bottom, something closer to like No Man's Sky. I'm not trying to do like landing on planets or anything like that, but I do want to be able to generate like nice looking star systems and have you be able to like fly between them through little warp tunnels. So this is like the first steps, the first baby steps at a transition between the two different skybox stages. Which this is what I was talking about. So I got my skybox working again. So like if I run this, this is all procedurally generated. So you get unique and varied skyboxes with volumetric nebulas and such in them in different places and different clusters of stars and such. So I basically am trying to make a warp between these two, or a warp between two different levels. Yeah. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but I'm probably going to go the easiest way, which is just constrain your XYZ coordinates within like a long space, and then concatenate them and turn them into a seed. So like like you travel between star systems. I'm not sure if I'm not quite sure how I'm going to model it yet. I have some ideas. Because I do want larger scales than just that. But yeah, so I have this part pretty much working. You still get some kind of clashing results sometimes, but since I got this working the other day, I wanted to start on the level transition stuff, and I'm doing that with right now it's another HDR QMap. Shit. Is it too much to ask that you couldn't you can make it so that in the editor your controls work like in a video game where you can't invert your axes. I feel like if I could set that up in a control scheme for the game, for a spaceship, why doesn't the editor just work like that? I don't know. Do you get frustrated by that? Like when you like flip over, hang on, and you're upside down, and like now my left mouse turns right, and my right mouse turns left. Shit's annoying. Okay, got it back. But yeah, you can kind of see what I'm going for here. I would do some sort of like animation with this opening up, and I think that you're right. What it would probably be when it's all said and done is you would have a it's not just going to be a skybox. It's going to take some time to do the system because you're going to want to generate a star. You're going to want to generate some number of planets. They're all going to have random procedural textures and shit. You're probably going to want like an asteroid ring, and I'm also going to want like some local volumetrics for like just clouds that you're kind of drifting through, right? And so you generate all that stuff with the level streaming for the next place that you're going to go, and you could hide that behind like like a warp charging or something like that. And then when that's all done, you open up a camera and animate like a portal opening. You open up a camera on both sides, wherever like the center of the portal is, and have that render to like an HDR, and then you have to do like a level teleport, I guess, when you cross a trigger volume on either side of it. Something like that. Right now, I just have to figure out how to. Let's see. Yeah, well, I have been kind of struggling with like different ideas for it. I also have another project where I implemented this is really over the top. I implemented I made the star system procedurally generated based on the space around the player, and I had that feed into a Niagara particle system on like a treadmill as the player moved around, and that would allow you to like do basically interstellar transit without any kind of load screen. You could like literally travel between them. You just like change the relative motion of the particle system around the player to match the interstellar distances. So like if I travel X distance in the editor, then maybe I travel 100,000 and the particle system only like moves 1 in like the X direction or something like that. And if you do that, you can just ramp up your speed with like warping, and you can like actually travel between stars in the star system and still have it all be procedurally generated and streamed in. But at some point I'll bring that in here, but I like it honestly got like it was so much to make that work. It got difficult to manage. And using skyboxes is relatively a lot more simple. The disadvantage being like when I'm doing skyboxes, if you look at a star, you can't go there. That's just a randomly generated did you ever see the Rick and Morty episode where they get trapped in a virtual reality treadmill? Okay. So basically, you can come up with a math equation to determine whether or not there's going to be a star in a given point. And then you can do a transformation of the player's coordinates in local space into like a galactic scale coordinate space. And you can basically determine a distance at which stars won't be visible anymore and have them like fade in as you get closer to them in the particle system. And you can, and when you generate it, the stars will always be in the same places if you're using the same seed, right? So like rather like with these, this is just random noise that I've thresholded. So like these stars don't exist, but in that framework, the stars exist in like a conceptual coordinate space that you're scaling down into the scene space with a treadmill-like effect, kind of like from Rick and Morty. So like you would have your stars, your star particle system would say like 30 to 50,000 visible stars at a given time based on the distance, like your conceptual distance to them in universe space. But they're rendered in local space. But when you move in local space, they move with you, just offset by an amount, so that like if I'm moving X, the particle system is moving with me, because if it didn't, it would look like I was just zooming through all the stars immediately, right? But as that particle system follows me, if I'm moving X, then it is moving. If I'm moving X equals 100 in one direction, right? Then it is moving X equals 100 with me, except modified by a scalar based on how fast I like your like warp speed scalar, basically, right? So I'm moving X, but the thing is only moving X. I'm moving 100X, but the thing is only moving 99X with me. So in reality, it looks like I've moved 1 unit through the star system, even though in the scene I've moved 100 units. And then you can have your like star system scale be different than your like internal scene scale for like solar systems and such. If you skip 1 frame, I'm not sure what you mean. So so the way I load the particles into the star system is I basically had the concept of like an octree. When you cross major boundaries, I would go and populate the like say 2 levels out around you, and I would populate those stars into I had an async function that I would let run on a separate thread, and that would basically stream new batches of particles in as it was able to determine how to randomly generate them. And you make sure that you're streaming particles in like 1 block further than they're actually visible from. So you have like a distance fade out on your star material for your star particles. And then you fade that out, and then what you can do is you can use that same octree, and when you get one of the particles within a certain distance of the player, you can actually start subbing in like the actual solar system object and stuff like that, and start slowing the player down, player movement speed down into the local space. That's the theory anyway. I didn't get that far with it. I got far enough to where you could fly around in the stars, basically. I may pull that into this project still. It took a lot of fucking with, actually, to get it to not look janky as hell. Actually, and I think it still looked janky as hell when I haven't opened that project in a while. I kind of want to. I'm going to save this one. I want to go revisit my older work, because I made this, like... I made this to basically learn how to do stuff, so there's probably ways I could improve it at this point. I can show you, maybe. I don't know if it's gonna run. I don't remember what state I left it in. And I also don't. I have like 5 different Universe Sim projects that I've started at different times, trying to like hash different things out. Eventually, I'm going to synthesize the good stuff from them into one project, but maybe I think that would actually. So when I did it the first time, the one that I'm talking about doesn't actually use an Octree. I accidentally invented a shitty Octree before I knew what an Octree was. So instead of instead of having like a full Octree, I just had a single layer Octree, and when you would cross the boundaries, it would start streaming in more shit. Is it this guy? It may take a minute. I'm gonna have to open different projects, but so do you know what Octree is? We can get my coworker in on this discussion too, because this is something that's relevant to what I'm doing right now. Because like the idea of being able to like animate a warp in space, like, and actually have you like fly through the stars that are there, and you could like fly back and get the same animation is appealing to me. I'm gonna close this to save a little bit of memory here. The idea with the Octree is you could use the Octree to control the generation of different types of differently scaled assets. This is like shitting a brick right now, if you're wondering why I'm not doing anything. And so like say I had 100 depth Octree, but I'm not going to populate all 100 depths, and it's going to be sparsely populated, so I'm not going to populate every node. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, I need 100 depth Octree to represent a universe, but I don't want to represent the whole universe at the same time, because filling a 100 depth Octree exhaustively, no, don't, it's probably the wrong one. Filling 100 depth Octree is like, it takes like some kind of something in like the petabytes of information to do that. So it's basically impossible. But what you can do is you can say, okay, I have 100 depth Octree. I'm going to go to level 5, and I'm going to generate 1,000 galaxies. And then I'm going to start at those galaxy nodes, and I'm going to go down from each of those galaxy nodes, and I'm going to go down 30 levels, and I'm going to start spawning solar systems at that level, but only in the area around where the player is at, like the leaf node the player's in. So we can like bottom up it. We can say, I'm at this leaf node. Give me my chain of parents all the way back up to the root. And we can say, okay, I'm in this leaf node. Is their star system here? And we can check back up to the root and see if we're in a galaxy. And we can check and see if we're in a star cluster. And then we can check and see if we're in a star system, like at different levels of the Octree. That's probably the way I should do it when I revisit this idea, which I'm actually kind of getting excited about doing now. I think that'll be fun. Can I just, please? Jesus Christ. Actually, I really need to just reboot. This is kind of what I was worried about too. I'm gonna... The other thing that I was doing that was wrong, when I created that project, and part of the reason why I abandoned it, because it just felt like, in order to untangle what I had built and change it in the way that I wanted to change it, it felt like it would almost be better to start over. But I was exhaustively searching the space for stars, which means that like I'd pick where I'm at, and then I would say, okay, well, check the space within 50 galactic units of me for stars. And so I would exhaustively scan as a 50 to the third. I would exhaustively scan the space to find the stars. And then, but that's like way more than I should have been doing. I should have just been scanning that octree level around me for clusters of stars, like the big octree level around me. Oh, did I actually get... I'll be preparing shader model 6. That's M6. Alright, I actually got my project open. So I think this is, well, this is either it or it's the other one. So I'll find it. So instead of exhaustively scanning the space around me, I should be scanning chunks of space and generating clusters of stars, because it's just more efficient. To like, instead of saying I need to check every single spot, I can check areas of space. And this is what I fucked up on when I did it the first time, because it's way less efficient than it could be. Then I could say like, for each chunk of space, generate 1,000 random points, and then I can decompose that into the octree. And that would be a lot faster than what I actually ended up doing. Basically, I went bottom up, and I should have gone top down, or not full top down, but like relative to the coordinate space you're occupying. Top down. So like if I'm in solar system level, I need to be looking at like stellar cluster level stuff for my star box, or my star field. And then each of those clusters can generate some number of stars in some predefined pattern, or not predefined pattern, some procedurally generated pattern inside of its space. And then that can be fed in, and that'll be a lot faster, because instead of trying to say like, for every point in space, is there a star here? Yes. Okay, make a particle. No. Okay, don't make a particle. You just say, hey, block 3, make 10,000 particles. Hey, block 1, make 10,000 particles. Hey, block 2, make 10,000, all the way up to 8. And then you just say, okay, these are my particles for my local space. Here's all their, now I can tell how to decompose them down into the octree. And I don't have to do a nested loop that's 50 by 50 by 50. I only have to do 8 calls to produce particles. And you can control the movement with the octree scaling. Like, based on the level of the octree you want the player to be moving through effectively, you could have like a sliding scale, basically. So like if I want the player flying galaxy to galaxy, I change his movement rate drastically. It's the same thing that Space Engine does, basically. Which I thought was cool. Oh, I'm gonna be here for a minute. It has to compile the shaders. So actually, how could I use an octree? Let's talk to the coworker a little bit while we wait. How could I use an octree to procedurally generate a traversable universe? Oh. No, coworker, you're dead. How can we do that, but only generating what we need at runtime? So could we use the Octree path as a seed at different levels of the Octree to generate different types of entities, different types and scales of entities? Coworker can be helpful for bouncing ideas off of. We want determinism. We can always globally modify the base seed. Yeah. Any level of the Octree would, of course, have different seeds. So, okay, so we use our Octree path as a seed. So we could say create an arbitrarily deep Octree, let's say 100 levels to the leaf node. Figure out which leaf node each player is in, and then trace it back up to the root, generating the relative nearby entities along the way. And we can generate content at levels of the Octree that makes sense. The scale of the content, i.e. galaxies, into 12 levels deep. Well, star clusters would be 20, 30. Fish levels deep in solar. But we only compute slices. Now you're just repeating me. So how would we start implementing something like that? Okay, let's talk about scales. If I start with a leaf node of scale 1 km, how many octree levels up would the root node need to be to approach scale of the observed universe? So that's obviously not viable. So we will need separate octrees for galaxies, stellar clusters, and star systems. Assuming a minimum how big is a small galaxy? Okay, so starting from 1000 with a leaf node size of 1000 light years, how many levels up the octree to the root would be needed to represent This is the separate one. Dude. um... And I think there was something about log2 function calculating log tree sizes. It is. What is log2? 40. It's a radius. $90 billion. So we'll say, what is log2? Hey, look at that. Hell yeah. I don't remember my... No, hold on. Open level. Space. Did it just... Oh, God. Okay, so we don't need full. This is the one I was just in. Oops. We don't need to have full scale of the universe. How big of a space can we represent with 20 levels at 1000 Y-leaf node? Okay, this is the one. Fuck. Okay, so we will do a scaled down universe model. How small would our leaf node be 20 levels down? No. The root size is 1000 ly. What size are the leaf nodes? 20 levels. What is 0.00095 ly in AU? Okay, so our galaxy octree has 20 levels, leaf node size of 1000 ly. Our cluster octree has 20 levels, a leaf node size of 60 AU. And the root is 60 AU. How large is what size node size is the leaf node size. What is that in K? Does that mean a depth 60 octree would take us from the $1 billion light root from 0.057 km leaf nodes? What is the leaf node? Is the leaf node size of a one? Starting from 1 km, what would the root size be? So the root node size of a 60 level octree starting from a leaf node size of 1K, that doesn't sound right. Sure. So, close to 8 million. 18 million. How big if we use 100 depth option? Okay, so we'll need 100. 80. Just a minute ago, you said which one was right. That's different than both the other answers. That's different. Again. Just do the math. Root node size given a leaf size of 1 km and a depth. Sassing me. Formula to depth and leaf node size. One times 2 to the 85th. Candlelight years. Alright, now it's right. Alright, so we'll do we can just do 2 to the 80th divided by 9 12. No. 2 to the 80th divided by 9.461 461 takes 3 off, so now we're at 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 0. 127 billion light years is what I get with my math. So ChatGPT's math not all it's cracked up to be. 60 2 to the 60th equals divided by 9. 11 10 9 10 11 11 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. A million light years at 60. So 2 to the 70th. Clear. We know 80 is too big. We know 60 is too small. 2 to the 70th power. No. 2 to the 70th power equals this. Divided by 9, 4, 6, 1, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 124 million. The long form speed in AM. There we go. No, sorry. What is the long form number of Km in a light year? Not approximate. Thank you. You fucker. Always trying to take the easy way out. Alright, so great. We've got this right here. Now we can just do our own shit. We can do 2 to the 70th divided by 124 million light years at 70 to 75th divided this 3 billion 75. So we need 76 Okay, 2 to the 100th in meters divided by this number plus 1,000 to convert it into kilometers. So the size 100 octree, 1 meter resolution. Let's do this. All right, we'll convert it to modify meters. We'll get it down into meter scales, and then we can just use it for everything. Clear this. So 100's too big. 2 to the 8 d divide this 127 million light years at size 80. $130 billion at 90. Don't need that many. 2 to the 85. $4 billion. 4 billion light years. The 85 times. Okay. Okay. Now I did the math. Project settings. SM6. Start now. Did the math, and with a 1 meter leaf size and 85 depth, we should be roughly similar to two to the 86, and that gives us meters Yep, that's what I thought. Clear. 286. So is there a reason to not just use an 86 depth? Assuming the roof node size of each level of the divided on trees is to the leaf node side of the next level up. Levels just be divided into Did this not work again? UE5 project breaks within loading because of how to plug in. Okay. Let's try it one more time. Yeah. Damn it. Yes, it's also good to keep the proc and to keep the half seeds in smaller ranges. We tree on trees equal depth 30, minimum 30. They will be nested. push most of this space. Could we we could always turn this a spawn. See center. I forget this one. big is the seed for a depth? How big is the... No, that's not right. Here's 7. we could use N64. What is it? N64 Max. Alright, these are just not gonna happen. I'm gonna go back to my current project and I'm gonna start thinking about this. ChatGPT giving me ideas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we could do 19. But the random string in U5 is int32 base, which means I'd have modulo how could I use multiple and 32 strings to process 4-bit seed? When is less generating the seed, problem is getting from the seed. What is the max value of a double in U5? Interesting. Are we back on the interstellar transit train? I think it might be. Can a UE5 struct contain other structs? Contain a recursive. Recursive data model to UE5. How do I? How do recursive data model in UE5? Create an actor with the variables data only blueprints sounds. All right, let's try adding a blueprint then. Mm-hmm. is a Data Smith actor. No. Let's ask. Let's actually, okay. All of this. Okay. How would I go about implementing a base tree actually in a Hey, what's up?
Don't forget to exercise.
I won't. How do I start? How do I create a data on loop? What's a data asset? Hmm. No. Delete. Mm. String. For now. Delete this. UA 5.1, how do I make a data only blueprint?
Bum 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 bum.
Data assets are C++ code that exposes a class to the engine that we can use for storing data. Unfortunately, they require C++ to create the data asset definition. Doing some research and some posts on forums and
what would be a C++ data, UA5 data asset implementation and right. How can I create a data only blueprint? 5, go. I'll figure out the Octree shit. I did that, yo. Like that. Okay, got it. So we just. Alright. So we can delete this. Yep. Open this. Octree. Delete this. Delete. Yep. And then we will create a blueprint from the base object. We'll call this perfect. That's what we wanted. So here we want so I can go 19 levels deep with a long, or 38 with 2 longs. I think the best idea is going to be to use an array. So this will be path, and it would be an integer array. Parent, children, path. Is leaf is root index. Okay, and then we can have get parent, get child. What's wrong? No problem, even if things do not change. Okay, so go look at the robot implementation real quick again. That's wrong, no problem. He did center radius children. Thinking. I'm trying to think if I actually care about things like leaf size and max depth, since this is a data model. And we can just define the leaves as an arbitrary size. Let's keep it data model only for the moment. So we got parent, children, max depth, is root, is leaf. Okay. Do. And this will take funny is we created it by virtue of it being instantiated. What's that look like? Add node is in default to true, default to false. Path. The path for the root is 0 by default. The depth of the root is 0 by default. The index of the root is 0 by default. Okay, so that's our root node. We don't need this actually. Just want the child index I'm adding the node at, right? So with this, we would create new pp p make pp arbitrary. How do I? Get. I'm not gonna need getters at all because I can just expose them. so. How do I spawn? How do I create a data online blueprint? Create a new inside. How do I? I don't know how. There it is. Great. Temp node. Something like this. And then from that point on, we can just index at depth, max depth. These values may actually go outside of the node itself. In fact, I think that's how I should do it. So we make this object as a data only. Then we make another. Okay, yeah, that's what we do. Oops, misspelled it again. I can't spell depth for the life of me, it seems like. Even if it doesn't change. Depth is important, max depth is not. Path is important. Is leaf and roof are important. Is leaf and root are important. Parent and child are important. Temp node is important. Okay, so depth. Path. All right, so we set the index to the child index that we're inserting at. We set the so first thing we'll do set the parent to ourself on the new node. Then we set the depth to one deeper. Then we set the index to the index we were given. And while construct the path, we get the path, we first thing we're going to do is introduce our current index. No. If we don't have a parent, we're the root. Because I suppose you could supposedly add a parent, and then that would become the root. Yeah, I don't actually need this. Set our own is leaf to false because we added a child. So we're not a leaf node anymore for sure. Then the temp node to the output guy, attach a parent, set the depth to 1 greater than the current level, set the index to whatever index the user specified, set up a temp parent value because we're going to iterate back up the tree, go ahead and add the first index to the path, loop through the remaining indexes while parent is valid. We inject the temp parent's index and then set it to the next one up the train. We also set is leaf to true. So since we're adding a child, we can set our own is leaf to false, and because we know that it's going to have a child. Since we're adding a child over here, we can set it to true because we know that at the time of insert, it's not going to have any other children. Yeah. And we also know it's not the root if it's being added. So we can also do false. Then we've populated our... As soon as we populated everything else, we're good, I think. So we set up a temp node. We set the needs to set the temp node first, and temp node should be the targets for all of these. This set parent is wrong. This is correct. This is correct. Now we iterate up the tree to get our path. And now we set index depth, check, path, check, is leaf, is root for the new one, and toggled is leaf off for self. Populated the parent with our self. Now the last thing we just got to do is add this to our child array. I think that does it. Maximum depth. Minimum leaf scale. So now let's go to a blueprint. We'll go to Fent Graph. Begin. Level I'm in. We'll just go to our level blueprint. Shit, I forget where the damn level blueprint is. Oh, I'm in the editor. That makes sense. Level blueprint. Um. BP Octree has one node, it's the root. Mm. parent null, depth 0, index 0. Don't set parent actually. Something like this. So the children would be empty. These are populated. Paths populated, depth is populated, initial index is populated, parent is null, children are null. So now we can go in here and we can do some stuff to it. So let's grab a tree. Yeah, this actually goes over here and this is wrong. So there now, So we do that, we do this, and now in our event graph for over here, we can add a node. And then integer in range. It's inclusive, right? Yeah. Um, yeah, and then octree gets you get the root from the octree, and now I can fuck with it, and then I can just here. All right. Let's see if that does it. that didn't work. Hmm. Okay, so not quite there yet. get rid of this for now. Index depth. Is leaf. And we'll just do children. That's not gonna work, is it? We'll just try that, and then the nodes have to track the index, not the array. So that's a change here. Children, instead of doing this, we just trash can them all, and we add node. We just this is why. And now it's sparse. It does mean that it probably means we need a map instead of an array. Because it needs to be mapped on its index, because otherwise we're going to have to iterate all 8 to find, like, if I can just get the values from the keys, then I'll know the index that are populated, but otherwise, like, say I want index 4, if it's just an array and I have to determine the index from each item, then I'm fucked. Yeah, it's got to be a map. Got to be a mappity map. This can change into a map. Variable type. Variable type. Type. Value type is BP archery data. Variable type, yeah. And then this value type is just integer. Yep. Alright, and now set the index here and the asset here. Like this. Then this is going to be broken. It's actually path is fine. It's composing it, which was here in the add node. Yeah. Is there just a ink column? Yeah, there is. Great. Let's try that. It's almost right. Let's take a look at our node printing, or our path printing. Print path. Populating path, add node. add its own index, get the parent. While we're in here, add the index of the parent, set the parent to be the parent of the parent, and loop again. Insert 1 of 3. I don't understand. I'm doing something wrong, clearly. It's close, though. Let's clean it up a bit. That was it. I think that was it. We add 1. We add another 1. So this is the root. First parent, or first child is here. It's flipped. Because these are leaves. So we inserted a node at 4, then we inserted a node at 0 of that 4, then we inserted a node at 2 of that 0, then we inserted a node at 2 of that 2, then we inserted... Then we have our 5 nodes. So it goes... Oh, I see. No, this is correct. So the root's always at the bottom, at least in the way we're doing it here, right? So if the root's at the bottom, the first child's 4, next child is 0, 2, 2. And this is a little different now. We want to I think this is just unrelated, actually. This is not my octree. Because this is working. First node is the root. Next root is this, all the way down to 2. And we did it again. I think this is right now. So now we at least have the data structure that we need to do what I was talking about. So, for instance, so basically, all we care about this octree for is the ability to generate seeds with which we can randomize things inside of its relative cube of space. So we need to be able to basically say, I want something like at an arbitrary, I want to add something at an arbitrary level in the tree that I've randomized. So like if I wanted to randomize a bunch of stuff at level 8 in the tree, then I could generate a series of random 8-digit numbers that all range between 0 and 7. And then I can use this function to go flag, basically populate a node in the tree for that node, and you would be able to go back and track from the top down or the bottom up what nodes have been entered in the sparse tree, and then you can check the node path value and use that to do PRNG. So I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. And actually, I'm gonna have to exercise pretty soon. Got another 30 minutes or so to work on this. I can probably get this add node at path function done. I'll be back in a bit. All right. Can I make it so that instead of going bottom up, when doing the path, how can I invert? How can I invert great order? Reverse for each. Nice, there's just a function for it. There we go. Now we should print in the right order. Yep. Great. Freaking sick. Now, let's think about this. In our external object, say the first thing we can do is greater than branch. Print string. Okay, now So we start off by setting the current node. And then okay. Branch. I'd rather do it like this. Okay. So if we're not on the root node, which we're already on the root node, we know that one's populated. Then we take the get current node, children, if there's already a node, then we do nothing. There's already a node there, we do nothing. If not, we have to create a node there. This. If no node, add one. that enough? Let's try it. Add node at path. Initialize. And graph. Okay. Here's 7. Add node at path. Add node at path. Yep. And current node will end up as the bottom node. I think this is right. So now we should be able to different path. Doop doop doo 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 doop 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 doo doo doop 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 doo 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 doop 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 doo doo doop 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 doo doo. If maximum depth is less, if it's less, it's less than. We're not on the route. children. If it's false, we insert the node. If it's not equal, we insert the node. Otherwise, I see what I'm missing. When it's false and we do have the node, we have to set it to the node we found. That's going to fix it. No, I didn't want an event dispatcher. I want an array. Integer. Integer array. Add node at path. This. There's like a reference issue. There we go. This is 29. if an item was found, we set the node equal to the item we found. If the item was not found, we add a node to the current node, which starts out as the root. This is why. Alright, and now we can verify. Do I not need... My path construction was over here. Just make an array. second one of these down here. -1. And we're completely done to get the root, and I think that fixes the issue that I was just having. Node added at. It's so close. So close to being correct. So we're starting at the root level. Dude, I guess I don't need... Hello. So right now, I kind of got distracted building an octree. But right now I'm working on an octree data structure. But yes, I'm going to use level streaming for that implementation. I'm not sure what the difference is between. I haven't done enough research yet on level streaming and level instancing, but I do have this nifty little portal effect, except it's in a different level. Right now I'm just trying to double check all my math and get it correct. Because I have some ideas that I want to play around with ProcGen using an Octree. And I'm just trying to, like right now, it's flipping my root position. Like this should be leaf to root. But then when I print the output, everything else is ordered correctly except the root. So I'm trying to figure that out. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Oh, I can give you a quick overview. So an Octree is a spatial acceleration structure. You can use it for storing different scales of data. And so basically imagine you took a cube and you divided it up in half along all of its faces. Then you would have 8 smaller cubes. So you could then take one of those smaller cubes and do the same thing and divide that up into 8 smaller cubes. And you can do that arbitrarily, an arbitrary number of times, right? So in my case, I'm using, the idea is that I want to use it for procedural generation of a universe. And so say I have an Octree with a depth of, it is exactly voxel stuff. It's literally the algorithm that voxels use. But I'm going to use it for ProcGen. So like in my case, say I have an arbitrary depth Octree of 80 with a 1 meter minimum leaf node scale. Like each leaf at the very bottom, at level 80, is 1 meter. Well, it turns out that Octree represents more space than the observable universe. So what you can do, like obviously you can't populate that whole Octree. It's like, I think I got my coworker ChatGPT to do the math on it, and he said it was like 16 petabytes or something. But what you can do is you can sparsely populate it. And so what that might look like, for example, is from the top down, we want to start the player in a star system to start the game. So we could randomize a path down to the very bottom, and then we could populate just that path in our Octree, from the bottom all the way up to the top. And the way we do that is specific nodes specific layers of the Octree would represent different size things. So if I went like 10 layers down from the root, I could randomize a bunch of paths 10 layers down and call those galaxies, right? They don't have to actually have any data in that Octree. I just need it for the unique string generated by the path, because I can use that as a PRNG seed. And then I can randomize everything at that layer. So I could say, okay, at this layer, I need to generate some galaxy clusters. So you generate 10 galaxies inside your space. And then I could take the galaxies that it just generated and subdivide the Octree to figure out where they're at their own scale, where the child nodes that it generated would be at. And I can populate all those nodes, and then I can pick one and say, okay, well, I want to generate stellar clusters for this galaxy. So you generate X number of clusters for that galaxy at a lower level of the Octree. And you can keep going down levels until you're at like meter resolution. So that's the idea anyway. I'm just trying to get the data structure working right now. I have this one annoyance where, so I don't want to insert the root node in the path. This is the logic to add a node at a given path to the tree. So like you could think of a path to the tree being like, say your root, you're going to assign your root -1. You could think of your path through the tree as an n-digit array, where n is the number of depths, and every value except the root node is 0 to 7. And that would represent which octant is active for that path. So you can say you want to generate a bunch of galaxies 5 deep in the octree. You could generate a bunch of paths at random where you take -1 as your first value, and then you have 5 other values that you just randomly generated between 0 and 7. And you generate 1,000 of those. Well, now you have 1,000 at the layer you generated them at. You now have 1,000 active nodes, along with their parent structure going back up to the root node. And now you could subdivide those further. But the real thing that I want to do with it is bottom up. So you would do top down at initialization to determine where the player goes to start, because you don't want to just start them off in like deep empty space. But once you have defined your starting system, from that point, whenever the player moves through the octree quadrants, I don't want to have to hold the whole universe structure in memory. All I have to do is crawl back up the tree from whatever node they're in and determine the randomization of like their surrounding stuff from that. So instead of having to hold the whole octree in memory, I can just, and like you could think of each path as a unique seed. So you don't have to use the seeds at every depth. Like you can have a bunch of seeds that you're just not using. But say at level 5, you do want to use the seed to make some galaxies and define the parameters of that. And at level 30, you want to use your seeds to generate some stellar clusters. And then at level, 70, you want to use your seed to generate some solar systems, and that kind of stuff. And that's my intent on how I'm going to go about doing it. When I first did this, I made like a star system on a treadmill that you could fly through at like galactic scales, basically. But I just created a shitty octree without knowing what I was doing and without knowing what octrees are. So I'm kind of revisiting that idea. Like I landed on a shitty octree that was basically just a 1-tier octree, and I would load in the next chunks whenever the user crossed the boundaries. And as you astutely pointed out, the only difference between this as a pure data structure octree and a voxel is that a voxel is an octree node that has other parameters available in it, or potentially other parameters on it. I mean, it's still, what I'm making is still a voxel. But a voxel might have things like other parameters that you associate with the node other than just the path to the node and the fact that it exists. Whereas like a voxel, you could say define all the corner points and midpoints of all the connecting paths on the cube, right? So you end up with a subdivided cube, and then you could use those points, and you could say like, oh, these points are active, these points aren't, to like generate terrain or something, to generate like the vertice positions for populating like a mesh. Or you could add like a density variable to the nodes for controlling like the amount of shit you're going to spawn in there, and then you can control that with like a 3D noise texture or something like that. This is just a pure, what I'm trying to do right now is just a completely pure octree. All it has is if there's a node there or if there's not a node there, and the path to that node. Currently. So I have to figure out why I'm so confused. I think everything's right. Like, I literally think everything's right. Except So you can see it like outputting the as it drills down and adds the nodes, like, because I'm making one call to a method right now, which is add node at path, and I'm randomizing the path somewhere outside of here in this testing parameter. So right now I'm looping 27 times, adding a random 0 to 7 to the array each time, and then when the array's done, I'm invoking this add node at path method that I'm working on, and then the output of that is what's showing. These are coming from the individual inserts into the tree as it recurses through, because I have a print on the nodes being added each time the node gets added to the tree. But this is my array that I try to stick in, and then it just basically goes in recurses and populates all the relevant nodes. But yeah, like, this is in the wrong spot. That's what's confusing to me, because like you could see 1 3 3 5 3 5 6 3 5 6 5. You can see these numbers are showing up in the right place, but the root node is coming up in the wrong place. So I gotta figure that out. I'm also about to exercise and stop the stream for a moment and get some dinner. But I'm going to be back here face bashing on this for a little bit longer. The whole level transition stuff I looked at, and I can show that because that was kind of cool. I was working on a portal effect for warping between different areas of the look at this wonderful scene. It's alright. I'll do this. So I wrote a procedural skybox generator. Oh, and this isn't going to work because I wrote a procedural skybox generator that doesn't work right now because it's too, like, the fucking green is too bright. But like you can see, generating like these space scenes, right, until I get that luminous green shit on my screen and everything fades out because it's emissive. But if I change the target of this cube to Skybox 2 and I start this up, now I have the skybox that was randomized last when I had it pointed at scene 1. But I also have this portal effect that I want to use with some other material effects as a, like, basically a level transition between areas. You can't fly through it yet, but it basically gives me like a little hole that I can peek through into another solar system. And that's what I started on. And then I went down a rabbit hole, having this huge conversation with ChatGPT about good ways to generate a procedural universe. And ChatGPT is my co-pilot, by the way. I've been experimenting with integrating this into workflows. So you can see this giant ass conversation I had with him, where we're talking about how to define like the data structure that we want. And he gives me like a bunch of kind of tips, and he gets a lot of shit wrong too. Like, all the math is completely fucked. It's funny. He gets the formulas right and completely fucking fucks up the math. And I have to like go back and double check everything because he literally can't multiply two numbers or divide two numbers, but he can get all the formulas correctly. And so like This is where we figured out that if I had a 86 if I had a 1 meter octree with 86 levels, it would be larger than the observable universe. And the only reason I can get away with having an octree that deep, well, I'm not sure. I'm either going to do multiple different levels of octrees for different scales, or I'm going to do one extremely deep octree that's sparsely populated, where I only populate the stuff that's like relevant to wherever the user's at. But yeah, this is the conversation where me and my coworker hashed out this whole idea. Here's him writing some C++ code. And now I'm lagging because I'm generating these high-res textures over and over for testing purposes. But yeah, this is what I started on, and then somehow I ended up making an octree. So, you know, I guess that's software dev. For me anyway. You can, oh yeah, there we go. So the way it works, oh god, I lost my cursor over here and I crashed. The way the portal works is, so I created this BP procedural nebula, and that contains a volumetric nebula along with a star box that all gets randomized using a seed, and then after it's randomized, it snaps a scene capture cube component to a cube map, and you can pick which cube map it renders to, and then the portal texture is just a cube texture sampler with, fuck, I forget what pin there was. Obviously I crashed. I forget what pin it was. But there's like some kind of pin for basically where the user's pointing. And when you connect that to the cube map target, it creates that effect of like looking through a window into the other cube map. And you could also use a cube capture camera in 2 different levels. So you could have level 1, level 2, and then you could stream in your level 2 while you're warping. And when your level's all ready to warp into, you could open up a cube capture camera in that level and a cube capture camera in your other level and use those as your target instead of the texture output target. And then you would get not just like the skybox that I've rendered, but also if I generated like planets or stars or anything like that in the scene, you would see that stuff as well through the portal. I don't know how performant that would be, honestly. I haven't tested it yet. Now I can show you what I was talking about. It was surprisingly easy. It's this. It's literally just this. That's all you got to do. You have this pointed at the texture that your procedural nebula is outputting to. And then you just reflection vector with a value of 0 plugged into the UVs, plugged into your cube texture, plugged into your emissive color output. That's it. All the rest of this is literally just masking out the circle. Pretty easy. So basically you use that and it creates, use that alongside a cube map and it creates you the effect of whatever surface it's on, you see through that surface into the other cube map. And then you could do your level transition with like a trigger volume on the other side of that, along with a teleport to teleport you into the exact same relative location in the other scene. Yeah. Well, that is actually what mine is doing. I did like the every time the nebula randomizes itself. Right now, it's just on a timer. It just renders to a texture, and then the texture updates in the cube map. I do want to try it with 2 levels and like real-time cameras in the 2 different levels. I'm just not there yet, and I get distracted and go on 3-hour tangents authoring like I get distracted and go on like hour-long conversation with the Chat GPT followed by like 3-hour tangents to build a fucking Octree. But I'm gonna go exercise. I'll be back later on today after I exercise and eat dinner. Nice talking to you. Later.